Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Feel free to ask any questions you may have. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
Mormon space wives. Let's create new lives. Mormon space wives. Our God has a body. It's a very toned body. He looks good. Mormon space wives. Mormon space wives. Book of Basics. Space sex. Space sex. Magic underwear, fitting tight. Magic underwear, looking right. Mormon space wives. Lords of color. Let me have intimacy with you on the planet of Naboo. Magic underwear fits so tight. Magic underwear feels so right. Mormon space wives. Creating new lives. Mormon space wives. Mormon space wives.
Cringecore Wigxanthium mumble rap is the next song, y'all. And all I'm gonna do is pick a corporate product. What's the worst corporate brand that you could think of? And I'm just gonna names, right? Long John Silver, got that Long John Silver, got that Long John Quiznos, Pringles, Subway, JC Penney corn chips, JC Penney corn chips, Long John Quiznos, Pringles, Subway, Long John Silver, got that Long John Silver, got that Long John Quiznos, Pringles, Subway, JC Penney corn chips, JC Penney corn chips, Long John Quiznos, Pringles, Subway, Long John Silver, got that Long John Silver, got that Long John corn chips, JC Penney corn chips, Long John Quiznos, Pringles, Subway, Long John Silver, got the Long John Quiznos, Pringles, Subway, JC Penney corn chips, JC Penney corn chips, Long John Quiznos, Pringles, Subway. All you do is you repeat stupid corporate. Here we go. Carbo Crew, Carbo Crew, Carbo Crew, Carbo Crew, Planet Fitness, McDonald's, Cringecore mumble rap.
Cringecore
I got that blockbuster. I got that blockbuster. I got that Palantir. I got that Wells Fargo. I got that Wells Fargo. Tylenol. I got no Bisco. I got no Bisco. I got that TJ Maxx. I got that TJ Maxx. I got Balenciaga. I got Balenciaga. I got Balenciaga. I got Balenciaga. This is fun. I'm like a rapper now. I'm a rapper now. Dang, I just realized it. You bet it's cringe. It's called Cringecore, dummy. Dude thinks he's on the cutting edge, the cusp of cutting edge, calling me cringe. Got the CA, got the TJ Maxx, got that Zap, got that Dap, got that Gap, got that Kraft, got that Long John Silver, got that Disney Plus, got that Taco Supreme, got that Nabisco, got that Tylenol, got that Campbell Soup, I got that Disney Plus, I got that Quiznos, I got that Waffle House, I got that Wells Fargo. Oh man, you could have a lot of fun with that.
joined in a Subway shop. Oh, 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 oh. I'm married to a Funko Pop. Oh, oh, oh. Vitamins and minerals, they come to me through a tube. My whole life is spent watching on a tube. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. We got wedding coitus in a Subway shop. Oh, oh. We got wedding coitus in a Subway shop. Oh, oh, oh. We got wedding coitus in a Subway shop. Oh, 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 oh. I got married to a Funko Pop. Oh, oh, oh. Ooh. We got credit card joined in a Subway shop. Oh, oh, oh. Ooh, oh. I'm married to a Funko Pop. Oh, oh, oh. Ooh, oh, oh. Vitamins and minerals, they come to me through a tube. My whole life is spent watching on the tube. Whoa, oh, oh. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. We got wedding coitus in a Subway shop. Oh, oh, oh. Ooh, oh, oh. We got wedding coitus in a Subway shop. Oh, oh, oh. Ooh. I'm married to a Funko Pop. Oh, we got wedding, we got joined in a Subway shop. Oh, oh, oh. Vitamins and minerals, they come to me through a tube. Vitamins and minerals, they come to me through this here tube. Oh, oh, oh. Funko, oh, 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 oh. Funko. Funko, oh, 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 oh. I got married to my Funko Pop. Oh, oh. We got wedded, we got joined in a Subway shop. Oh, oh.
Cont joining a subway shop. Ooh, oh, oh. I'm married to a Funko Pop. Ooh, oh. We got joined, Curtis in the subway shop. Ooh. Vitamins and biscuits and minerals, they come to me through a tube. My whole is spent watching on a tube. Ooh, whoa, oh, oh, oh. I'm married to my Funko Pop. Ooh. We got wedded, we got joined in a subway shop. Whoa. Vitamins and minerals, they come to me through a tube. Vitamins and minerals, they come to me through this here tube. Whoa. Funko. Whoa. I got married to my Funko Pop. Ooh. We got wedded, we got joined in a subway shop. Ooh. Married to my Funko Pop. Ooh. We got wedded, we got joined in a subway shop. Whoa.
Well, I imagine that most of you think that the Earth and the planets go round the sun, don't you? That's the story. In Aristotle's account, the Earth was at the centre of the universe and the stars and the planets went round the Earth. We obviously think that's absurd, don't we? But did this mean that before Copernicus, we couldn't predict the positions of the planets? We couldn't predict when eclipses would take place? Not a bit of it. Aristotle's account of the universe was refined by a guy called Ptolemy, and it was called the Aristotelian Ptolemaic account, and they published a whole series of tables of exactly where you would find things in the sky. And it was unbelievably accurate. And to give you an idea of just how accurate, when Copernicus put forward his story, he didn't think that it was any better than the Aristotelian system. He didn't claim, oh, I can show something that he can. In fact, he assumed that the Aristotelian Ptolemaic account was exactly accurate. It wasn't for more than 200 years after he put it forward that there were any ways in which the heliocentric world, as it's known, of Copernicus was seen to have any observable benefits. And there are some people who would argue that we can correct, as it were, the Aristotelian account in order to get it just as effective now as the heliocentric account. So what's going on here? We assume that it's wildly wrong. So how's it so accurate? And I think the first way of understanding why it's accurate is that our accounts of the world are not descriptions of reality. They are metaphors. They are ways of holding the world. And if they don't work, we can refine them. We can make them more accurate by watching how applying this model, applying this metaphor to the world, we think, oh, actually, this bit doesn't work. And when it doesn't work, we just add another bit. And we make it work better. But we don't get actually any closer to how things ultimately are. And Aristotle and Ptolemy introduced all sorts of amendments to their story. And I think that's how science works. So in the case of Aristotle and his celestial spheres, it worked amazingly well. We don't think now, do we, that Aristotle, as he was adding these celestial spheres, and Ptolemy was making it even more complicated, we don't think they were getting closer to the truth. We're inclined to think, well, they were just compounding an error. It was obviously ridiculous. But is it so unreasonable to think that in some future culture, they will look back on our story of the Big Bang and inflation and dark energy and dark matter, and they'll say, well, that was absolutely ridiculous. So that's how I think our theories are functioning.
Messages over great distances. These scenes were made during the first television broadcast ever relayed through space by a communication satellite. Why do we use satellites like these for long-distance communication? To find out, let's start with some simpler and more familiar ways of communicating. These are all ways of communicating, sending and receiving messages. They are useful over short distances. If we are line of sight. Line of sight, or straight line signals, are often used by sailors on ships. Blinker lights on one ship can be used to send signals in a straight line to other ships. But the Earth is round. As these two ships move apart, the curve of the Earth itself interferes with straight-line signals. The light cannot reach the other ship. How then can we send and receive signals or messages over distances beyond the curve of the Earth? Radio provides one way, but radio signals also travel in straight lines. These signals cannot pass through the Earth. However, a radio signal sent from one side of the Earth can be received on the other side. This is done by making use of a special part of the atmosphere high above the Earth. This part of the atmosphere is called the ionosphere. When a radio signal reaches the ionosphere, it is bounced or reflected back. Radio signals can be sent over great distances by bouncing them up and down between the surface of the Earth and the ionosphere. Under ideal conditions, radio signals can be bounced all the way from one side of the Earth to the other. Television is also a form of communication. Television signals, however, are not reflected by the ionosphere. Instead, they pass right through the ionosphere and are lost in space. To send television messages from coast to coast, a series of towers has been built across the country. These towers are about 20 or 30 miles from each other. We call these towers relay stations. Actually, there are nearly 100 towers across the United States. Messages can be relayed in straight lines from one to the other around the curve of the Earth. But relay stations like these would be difficult to build across oceans. One way to send television messages across an ocean would be to place some kind of mirror or reflector in the sky. If it were high enough, signals might then be aimed at it to be bounced or reflected back to receiving stations on the other side of the ocean around the curve of the Earth. The first such reflector was a huge, shiny plastic balloon called Echo. With a powerful rocket, Echo was launched into orbit around the Earth. These photographs, actually taken from a rocket, show how Echo was released and inflated in space. While circling the Earth as a satellite, Echo acts as a reflector to bounce back signals aimed at it from ground stations. It is called Echo because signals striking its shiny surface are bounced or echoed back toward receivers on the ground. Because the signals Echo reflects must travel such great distances, they lose much of their strength by the time they again reach the Earth. They are too weak to be used for regular television broadcasts. In order to get a stronger signal, satellites have been developed which carry electronic equipment. This equipment inside the satellite receives television signals from the Earth. It then strengthens or amplifies the signals and rebroadcasts these stronger signals back to Earth. The first satellite of this kind was called Telstar. But because television signals travel in straight lines, a satellite, like Echo or Telstar, can receive signals only when it rises above the curve of the Earth and is in line with a ground station. The messages the satellite can receive and send are interrupted when it disappears or sets behind the curve of the Earth. To avoid these interruptions, a series of satellites is needed. Each follows the other so an approaching satellite appears before the previous satellite is out of range. The signal can be transferred from one satellite to the next without interruption. But is it possible to have continuous communication without using so many satellites? The height or altitude of a satellite determines the time it will take to make one complete orbit around the Earth. A low-altitude satellite will go around the Earth several times a day. A high-altitude satellite will go around fewer times a day. The higher a satellite is placed, the longer it will take for each orbit. A satellite placed a little more than 22,000 miles above the equator will take exactly 24 hours for each orbit. Since the Earth itself rotates once every 24 hours, a satellite in this position always stays above the same point on the Earth's surface. Such a satellite can receive and send back messages continuously over an area of about 1/3 the Earth's surface. The first such high-altitude satellite to be developed was called SYNCOM. Here, some equipment is made ready for installation. Rocketed into their correct orbits, 3 such satellites can provide continuous communication almost anywhere in the world. Because light, radio, and television signals travel in straight lines, the curve of the Earth interferes with long-distance communication.
Hey guys, how are
Radio
you?
signals can be reflected up and down between the ionosphere and the Earth's surface. But television signals pass through the ionosphere and are lost in space. Communication satellites, like ECHO, only reflect signals back to Earth. Other low-altitude satellites, like Telstar, contain electronic equipment to receive and strengthen signals before sending them back to Earth. A series of such satellites can give continuous communication. Or 3 high-altitude satellites can relay messages without interruption to almost any point on Earth. Satellites may soon be the principal means of communication from continent to continent here on Earth, and they may someday even act as relay stations to receive and send messages to bases on distant planets.
So, as usual, everyone is silenced.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
You guys know the Earth isn't flat, right?
The floor of the universe is Earth-shaped.
Hello.
Don't be shy. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Who say that? Questions about what? About flat Earth? Hello.
Do you have any questions about the Earth?
Who's saying that?
Do you have any questions about the Earth?
I can't see who's talking. Who are you?
Please
The
try to
Earth
remain
is
civilized and cordial.
the Earth's a cube, bro. It's not round. It's not flat. It's a cube.
The observation of a horizontal horizon is not a belief.
What the fuck's that?
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Do you have
It's
any
you, Jesus.
questions about the Earth?
It's you who is making this noise.
You are fake news.
Do you have any questions about the Earth?
I said, bro, it's not flat or even round. It's a cube.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Do you believe that flat is a shape?
Ooh. I think yes. Yeah, bro, of course it is.
Brother,
Bro, who is making this
No,
noise?
Andy, no.
Do
Look,
me a
bro,
favor.
you like if you're gonna come in here and troll, you have to be better than this. This is horrible.
I'm not
this is
trolling, man. There's no one
yeah.
talking. I'm waiting.
Yeah. So Earth is a cube is not trolling.
I'm just trying to get attention, bro. There was no one
Okay.
talking, so
Okay.
I had
Now
to
you
do
have
something.
attention.
Yeah.
So now that you have attention, let's learn a little bit about you.
I actually I was here in the last days, but I talked
Oh,
with T-Dub and other guys, but they aren't here.
okay. Well, now I'm here.
I was looking for them, but people just stay
Do you remember
here
their
in
names?
silence and they get out. What?
Do you remember their names? Who you were talking to?
O T-Dub. T-Dub.
T-Dub. Oh yeah.
Yeah. The astronaut guy.
Yeah, he's
There's a
here.
lot of astronauts here.
There's a lot of astronauts here.
Yes, but in the profile picture.
Have you ever
I mean,
talked to anybody that's worked for NASA?
no.
I
But
have.
I wanna
A few
work
people.
there.
Well, why would you want to work there?
Like to go to the moon.
No one's going to the moon, bro.
Bro, of course
The only way you're going to the moon is if
Everyone's
you
going.
stop at Hollywood first.
Oh, how can we know it
No.
was Hollywood?
Because, okay. Do you want me to tell you why flying to the moon is impossible? Even then, back then, when they flew to the moon, Werner von Braun was he was the head administrator of NASA when it began. He was an ex-Nazi rocket scientist
I know,
that the United States brought over here in Operation Paperclip. This is all factual. He gave a presentation which was produced by Disney. Yeah, Disney. And he said to go to the moon, it would take 3 rockets the size of the Empire State Building.
But okay.
Okay, this is what he said. So he's the head of NASA. He said there's 3 rockets the size of the Empire State Building. Now, so
Okay,
see what happens is, listen. So they have to fly the rocket up, but it's so heavy it can only get into orbit. Then they have to fly up 2 more rockets to fuel it up, so that it has enough fuel to go to the moon and come back. That's what the 3 rockets are for.
But it
Now,
actually
even
was
now they're
man.
saying, hold on, even now in the Orion program, they're saying it's going to take 15 rockets. Now, they're saying that now, today, 15 rockets to go to the moon.
Bro, where is sound that? It's obviously a lie.
So, nobody's going to the moon. No one's ever been to the moon. You're not going to Mars or the moon or any other place. You're stuck here. I'm sorry.
Bro, Elon Musk is gonna take us to Mars, man. Believe me. Elon Musk is.
Yeah, you'll believe anything if you believe that.
He believes in Elon Musk.
Elon Musk is a legend.
A
Bro,
legend of what? A legend of what?
I'm just kidding, man. I don't believe that we go to the moon. We went to the moon, but
We've never even been there. There is no outer space, Gabriel.
I think the moon thing was probably a lie. I'm with you guys in that, but I don't believe in flat Earth. This one.
Well, I mean, you don't have to. Flat Earth is not a belief.
Indio, this is the guy that I called a flat earther. He's now a flat earther, right? You're the one that don't want to be called a flat earther.
Well, he has to be a flat earther. He believes in gravity, right?
He's a flat earther. Oh, do you believe in gravity?
Of course.
Then you're a flat earther.
There you go.
Bro.
Oh, no.
Sense
Yeah, dude. Jurgen Triangle hijacked gravity and now uses it to prove flat Earth.
Yeah, you guys can't use that for globe anymore. It's all mine now because I can tell you everything about it and it proves flat Earth. So you don't have that left. So you are a flat earther. Remember I called you a flat earther the other. You said, "Don't ever call me a flat earther." So now I'm going to call you a flat earther every time I hear you.
It was not me. What the hell you're saying, man? It was not me.
Yeah,
it's you now. Now you are. Now it's you anyway. So now you're the flat earther.
Okay, so
Look,
then I am the flat
Gabriel,
earther.
let's ask you. I want to ask you a question. Serious question. If you found out the Earth actually is flat, how would you feel about that? How would that make you feel?
In a sense, I don't
would you be happy, sad, angry? Like what would
I would be like I would think
you feel
it's
dumb?
strange. No, because it's not like a thing I'm very like it's not a preoccupation of mine. So it would be like, okay, this is strange and everything was a lie. Some people say that
No, no,
like
no, 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 no,
if
no.
you're an
Lie.
atheist.
What do you mean a lie? Hold on. No, no, it doesn't make it a lie. It means they're wrong. Wrong. You understand? There's a difference between lying and being wrong.
No, I mean, if you are atheist, like it would be a more great thing. But I'm Christian, so like the the way the earth is made don't change a lot my faith. So it would be like, oh, okay, everyone was lying, and I
Why
would
did you
believe
just say
it
that
was.
again? They're not lying. They don't know anything. Gabriel, you know what a lie is? It means intentionally, that means on purpose, deceive somebody. But if you believe it's true, it's not a lie. It's only a lie if you know what you're saying is false, right? So if there's a whole
Yeah,
bunch of
but it
people,
was
9
born
billion, hold on,
like
if there's 9 billion people in the world and they all believe the earth is a globe and they say, hey, earth's a globe, they're not lying. They're just wrong.
so I would be like that. It's oh, now the earth is flat, and then I would go back to live my life normally, knowing that the earth
Yeah.
is flat. It wouldn't change too much.
Wouldn't it
As I
bother
said,
you that wouldn't it bother you that you believed something your entire life that was
it's not
not
like
true?
something that decides some like it's not that heavy thing in my life. Like I don't care.
It is heavy though. You're not
I
you're
don't know,
intentionally
bro.
not trying to think about the if it's not that important, Gabriel, why don't you go in the other room and tell your family you're a flat earther? Because it's not important, right? So go
Like
tell them
come out
right
the
now.
closet. Yes.
Yeah, come out of the
What?
closet. Go tell your family that you're a flat earther. It is important, and you know it, and you're just coping. So
Okay, I
this
can
is
do
why it's
that, but
important. Yeah, you won't do that
uh,
because you know it's important.
no, I actually can do that, and they will be like, "Oh, so you're in that now." And
No, they won't. You guys always say that. You're such a liar.
bro, I'm not a liar, man. I'm
Yeah,
really,
no, you're a liar, bro. Your
bro.
family would be like,
He's not
your
a
family
liar,
would
I can hear
disown
it.
you.
Bro, there's not
Good.
every family
Listen,
is like,
take a sock, stuff it in your mouth, peanut gallery.
bro, what?
Not you, the other guy. He's gonna freaking heckle and make silly comments, dude. That had nothing to do with the conversation. So, Gabriel, so this is why it would matter. It would mean that you spent your entire life observing a flat earth with your eyes, and somebody told you that that was
Bro,
not
what
true.
the hell is that? His family has already disowned him.
Repeat to me what I just said
Oh,
to you.
look.
Repeat to me what I just said to you,
It's-
Gabriel.
what?
Yeah, exactly. Does the earth look
Yes,
flat?
the people from the chat is remembering.
Yeah, you're
So
going on mute, dude, because you stopped being responsive because you're coping, dude.
You didn't like him, no?
No, he was fine.
Just
Like
mute
when you
him.
when you get into like when you get to the
You're a
point where they
dictator.
actually have hold on, listen. What'd you say?
You're like a dictator.
No, because he'd be dead if I was a dictator, right?
Are you threatening him?
I'm
No.
like a
Do you
dictator, though.
understand English?
I'm a dictator, dude. You like that?
Look, Indo. So I asked him, repeat back to me what I said. Was he paying attention? Did he repeat back to me what I said? Did he even know what I said? I guess I'm going to be asking you the same
Yeah.
question.
Do you even know what Indio just said to you? Wow.
So in America, when you ignore people that you're having a conversation with, especially in the middle of the conversation, that's disrespectful. I don't know how it is in your country, but, in America, it's disrespectful. So I'm not a dictator. I just don't take disrespect. And you white knighting for some fucking retard is also disrespectful.
Whoa, don't say the R word, dude. It's offensive.
Yeah, who are you, my mom? Shut
Who,
up.
offensive
No, no.
to who? You?
I have the Down syndrome. Don't say it.
Yeah, I can tell.
I believe you.
Yeah, you're
But
part
if
of
you
the
were
Downs.
if you were actually retarded, you wouldn't understand what it meant to be retarded. And you couldn't get offended by it.
That's a simple way to think.
Yeah, because that's why they're retarded, because they're simple.
Yeah, you are simple, yes.
Well,
He
in some respects.
thinks Stephen Hawking was a genius.
Want to hear how simple I am? I think that if I look at the ocean, and that if the ocean covers the most of the surface of the earth and that it looks flat, it actually is flat. I'm so simple, I believe what I see is reality. Do you believe that what you see is reality? Yeah, of course not. Because you're complicated. You're complex. You're sophisticated. You think the earth is a spinning fucking water ball in a vacuum. How that's
Hello.
possible, no one will ever tell you.
Hello, guys. Hello.
God, you guys have no manners. Anyway, what's up, buddy?
Hello,
Do you
how are
guys
you
always
doing?
enter chats by just talking?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's just weird. It just seems
They don't have India. They don't have manners in third world countries. They have to just worry about walking down the street in dirt.
Yeah.
Bro,
I
what
guess you
the
just
hell
elbow
is
your
that,
way to the
man?
front of the food line.
I
So,
just
what brings you
joined,
here,
man.
buddy? Yeah, how you doing?
I was just curious
What are you curious about exactly?
about the flat earth thing.
Oh, well, it's simple. Which IQ over here doesn't like simple things. He thinks life should be complicated. But let's
Life
move
is
on from him.
complicated. I am not. Simple man.
Yeah. Well, you put some band-aids on your knuckles, knuckle dragger.
Knuckle dragger.
Knuckle dragger, dude. You're a knuckle dragger.
Why are you insulting me? I haven't said anything bad to you.
Yeah, you
Bro,
white
this guy is
knighted
really
for a jerk.
disrespectful.
I was respectful until
What does
somebody
that
got
mean?
disrespectful, and
White
then
knight.
this dude defended his disrespect.
What do you mean,
I
white?
think we
white
have to
knight?
do things in the
English.
authoritarian way. Just
It's
move
all right,
things.
Iko. We know you're a devil head floating in space.
The
Do you guys
authoritarian
think
way.
space is real,
You mean rule?
or it's like some water?
Look, can I ask you a question? Is
What?
having rules ipso facto authoritarian?
I don't know, man.
Okay. There's rules
Like he tried to talk.
of civil behavior that we follow, and demanding they be followed does not make you authoritarian. It means that you're civil, and we hold people accountable for what they say and do here.
But
I'm sorry that that's a weird idea, but you're going to be held accountable for what you say here.
Yeah, but we have. But remember, we
Control
are
your
in a
cell
Discord call, so
or someone else.
the thing
will
here
control
is
you.
to talk, aren't? Like,
Not in our channel. No, we made new Discord rules, dude. To come in here, to be able to be in here, you're gonna listen to
but
us, like it or not. How do you
but
like that?
where are the rules? There's no rules, man. Where
I'm
are
making them up
written
as I
rules?
go along right now.
We're
How's that?
telling you right now. Do you want to know the rules? Okay, I'll read them to you.
No.
No trolling.
I don't mean
English
I
only.
didn't mean
No
that.
trolling. No lying.
I'm not fucking trolling.
No over talking.
Like I mean, you could just try to talk something and you just muted him.
Yeah, why? Why did I mute him?
You said it was because he overtalked you or something like that.
No, that's
Didn't
not or something. So you don't know why I muted him, but you're saying why I muted him was wrong.
yeah,
How did
yeah,
that work? How does it tell me how that fucking works,
I
dude?
just said something like that.
But you
It
don't know why I
can't be
muted him.
something so different from that.
Listen to me. Listen to me. You don't know why I muted him, so how can you say it was
I
wrong?
said it was something like that. We are in a voice chat, man. It can't be so much different from that.
Okay, yeah, we're here.
There's no
But you're
much
just guessing. You
option.
don't know. You're just guessing because I'm the one who muted him, and I'm the only one that knows why.
Bro, why you're mad at
You
me?
don't know why I muted him. I know, and I'll tell you why. And I actually said why. I said there was another guy that was in here, but that was being disrespectful by in the middle of a conversation, not listening and ignoring. That's disrespectful. So I muted him. He decided that he was going to speak up and do the same thing you're doing right now. White knighting,
What the hell are you
defending
doing, man?
bad.
I just
Shut
joined.
up. Shut up, dude. You're going to listen to it. So defending
Bro,
bad
what?
behavior. Defending bad behavior. So I muted him. Now you're doing what he did. You're defending bad behavior.
Bro, I didn't do anything. Why you're so
Okay, now
authoritative?
you're on
I
mute.
hate that joke.
Now you're on
I'm
mute. Bring another one. Bring a fourth one. Because I know you're a group. Think we never did this before. That we haven't had this whole freaking, oh, let's go in there and do this. We'll see. We'll be assholes. And then when they get muted, the rest of us will complain that you're muted and try to get you unmuted so you can be an asshole some more. They'll fucking fall for that 10 times. No, we don't fall for it even the first time. Oh, it's the same person? I'll just ban you from the channel. No, actually, I'm just gonna leave you on mute. You know, because I'm an asshole, you know that when you go into another BC, you'll be muted there too? And you're gonna have to somehow get someone in one of these BCs to unmute you. You're gonna be unmuted in any BC you go into. To you either quit the server and rejoin or something else. Now, if anybody actually wants to talk about this topic and not talk about talking about the topic and about VC etiquette and about guest mod status, you're more than welcome.
I'd already, you just unmuted him because I'd already done that.
Oh yeah, I'll do it again.
These people, man. What the hell?
I mean, it's like to me, I would never act like this. Even when I was a child, teenager, young adult, or young, like 11-year-old, 10, I haven't acted like this since I was like 7. The way they act. Now imagine you're freaking 20-something years old and you're acting like a 7-year-old and thinking it's funny. Yeah, Aiko, I'm angry because you don't listen and you're playing games. You're in here to troll. I know you're in here to troll. You know you're in here to troll. You're wasting my time. Your troll sucks. That's why I told the other guy, you have to do a better troll. I'm aggravated by you. Your troll's sucking so bad. Yeah, this is going to be mature me too. Now, let's see how you get unmuted in one of the other BCs. You're basically in limbo right now. You guys think you're so smart and you're so clever and that you're going to do stuff to us. No, we're going to do it to you. You're not going to victimize us with your nonsense. We're going to victimize you. Maybe eventually you guys will learn not to come in here and start trouble.
The funny thing
My
is
God.
they're literally bigots and bullies who believe that they're more intelligent than the people that they come in here to try and bully. Get what you deserve.
Yeah. No, he doesn't even get what he deserves. He just gets to what we can do to him. Deserves it. Oh, I'll tell you how communication satellites work on flat Earth. They don't fucking exist, and they don't need to exist. There's no ball in the way, so there's nothing to stop point-to-point radio communication. And the proof of this is Marconi's 1918 radio transmissions of 10,000 miles, Cornwall, UK, to Sydney, Australia. Now, if the Earth was a ball, how the fuck did they do that? How did Admiral Byrd talk from Little America, which is supposed to be in Antarctica, direct point-to-point communication to Riverside, Long Island, which is in New York State, USA, which is 9,600 miles. Now you tell me how they did that, and why communication would even be necessary in the first instance. I'm mute, dude. Stop chat skanking. So you guys are gonna chat skank and just make silly claims, dude. Here's a funny. This is funny. Calling it a circle doesn't explain why planes and ships can go straight in any direction and still follow real rural routes. It just avoids the question, why do east and west, north-south roads both work globally? That only fits a globe and not a flat circle. Did you think about that? You have no clue and have never looked at shipping or airplane routes. You have no clue how planes actually fly. You have no idea how anything fucking navigates. You made up all that shit in your head. You imagined how it works. But if you just did some research for a little bit, that planes fly in domestic and international flight corridors, they do not fly in fucking straight lines. Okay? You're just imagining shit. And this is what you're not considering. How do you even know you went in a straight line? You said they're not going in circles, they're going in straight lines. How do you know that? Because you can't tell without an outside spatial reference. Because Diamond, check this out. If you just go on Google and why do humans walk in circles? It's a natural tendency of human beings that even though they think they're going straight, to go in a circle. So how do these planes and boats that you think are going in straight lines and end up back at the same place? How do they know they're going straight? You have no clue because you made all that shit up. I imagine it's like this, so I'm going to say this is what happens in the real world. That's what you guys do all the time. Instead of going research, hey, how does ships sail? What is their actual route? how do planes actually fly? Let's go look at some flight routes and like how air traffic actually flows. Let me go look at that before I go in and run my trap in the Flat Earth Discord. Nope. That you can't be bothered with that. You'd rather just imagine it. No, look, I'll chill when you stop making shit up, dude. That's the one thing I get irritated by globe earthers. That you make stuff up out of ignorance and laziness. You think you're the first person that's ever brought up circumnavigation or fucking flight routes or fucking shipping paths. In 10 years, you think you're the first person that we don't have a fucking answer for that. Maybe we looked into how it actually works and we're like, no, that don't prove a globe. Lex, tell me one thing I just made up. A single thing. It's not ironic. I don't make shit up. I bring receipts. You want evidence for everything I said? I'll go pull it. You're not going to read it. You guys demand evidence and refuse to look at it because it'll shatter your fucking delusion. Look, there's no such thing as satellites, licks. It's a fucking story you heard. Hey, this picture came from outer space. And you're like, okay, I believe you. They're not even consistent with one another. And we know they have to be fake. You know why? Because if those satellite images were real, when we came down to the surface of the Earth and measured it, it would be curved. And we have measured it, and it's not. So, Lex, I want you to explain this to me. Explain how we made this radio transmission in 19... Can you explain how they made this radio transmission in 1918? Do this impossible radio path and tell us more about communication satellites and why they're even necessary if we can talk to literally the other side of the world without them. Now, the problem with you globe earthers is that there's a big hole in your knowledge. Okay? You think you have all the information, even though you've never researched this topic. There are plenty of long distance radio communication transmissions. Even today, the LoRa chirped radio, 800 miles at sea level, which should be impossible. That's a drop of something like 143 fucking miles of curvature. Miles of curvature. See, you think there's the story, satellite images. We can only take pictures from really high if we have satellites. That's nonsense. You don't even know if they're pictures in the pictures taken with a camera in the first place, and it's not completely fucking generated in the computer. And there's no way to tell. There's never been any verification of what purports to be a satellite image with on-the-ground observation. Diamond, you're wrong. Unlike you, I've talked to scientists, engineers, pilots. They don't know anything. You just believe something about a bunch of people you've never met or talked to, that they're doing something you don't understand. They're not doing what you think they're doing. It's amazing that you deify these professions like they have some secret fucking knowledge. They don't. Now, I just think it's funny that you two sit there and just chant your dogma, your religious dogma in BC, and if interrogated about any of it, it would just fall apart in seconds. But you don't care about truth. You're here to obscure the truth. You're not here to actually discover what the truth actually is.
Unless Diamond's listening to the YouTube channel, he's not hearing you.
Oh. I mean, that would make it
I'll
even
put him
worse.
on text mute.
He's just soapboxing then. Brothers, lend me your ears. Let me stand up on the soapbox and make up shit about what I think is true about scientists, pilots, engineers, and about what they know. Because they use the globe Earth, and if the Earth was flat, they'd instantly go, "Oh my God, the Earth is flat." It's such a dumb argument. Dumb. They could be listening on Twitch too. And I apologize to anybody that thinks I'm too spicy right now. Blame the coffee.
Give it to him, India.
Well, dude, it only takes one asshole to ruin everything. I had a good conversation last night, dude, and I came in here expecting the same thing and got a jerk. You know, all they have to do is act like a civilized human being. The fact that they can't do this about this topic should be a sign to them that something is wrong. When this topic puts them into some emotional state. Like if we were talking about, is Bigfoot real? Is Bigfoot not real? Bigfoot exists. They wouldn't be in here spurging out over Bigfoot. They would be like, Bigfoot's a snake. Or something stupid. You know what I mean? They wouldn't be doing stuff like that. They have no emotional effect. The fact that this topic does affect them emotionally, then they say, it doesn't matter to me. I don't know if Bigfoot has hands, but he definitely has big feet. You know what they say about people with big feet?
Oh, jeez. They have big
Bigfoot has
shoes.
tiny. Bigfoot has tiny hands and giant feet. Here's a better question. Does Bigfoot have a thumb? I passed the roach to Bigfoot when he dropped it. That's all I want to know. Lucas is still in here. I don't know why die. Wix, do you remember that time that you saw the Earth as a globe? We're sitting in your lawn chair and you were looking out and you saw the Earth as a globe. Oh yeah, that never happened. Airplane also never happened. Hot air balloon? Nope, didn't happen there. Didn't happen on top of frickin' the Burj Khalifa. It didn't happen on top of Mount Everest. It only happened one place. You sat down in front of the couch and you got hypnotized by the flashing idiot box. That's when you remember seeing a globe. That's it. If you want to stake your flag in that being your reality, the stuff beamed into your brain through the TV is what the real world is and not outside. You go right ahead. It is your prerogative.
Ultimate ignorance is the rejection of something you know nothing about, yet refuse to investigate.
Yeah, like flight routes and shipping routes. While you're quote unquote communication satellites, radio transmission, all this stuff you think can only work on a globe. Maybe you should investigate the technology and how it actually works and see if it actually requires a globe. You'll find out that it doesn't. You guys confuse explanations to what is actually done.
What's that fallacy called again? Fallacy of, it's like practicality fallacy or something.
India, I have an issue or a statement to clarify. Like, I think there is a medium where the satellite, the moon, and the sun passes through. A medium where there's no friction of weightlessness that makes the stuff up there stay up there and move with zero friction. What do you think of that? Not really space, not really a vacuum, but I think there's a medium up there. I've seen a picture of balloons in the chat. I don't think balloons can be movable. I don't think it can, how can I say it, navigable. Yeah, that easily. And then does the moon and the sun also have a balloon holding it up there? Doesn't make sense. It has to be zero friction.
Are you trying to put the sun and the moon in the category of man-made?
Yeah, I'm saying there is a natural medium up there that makes things weightless and zero friction.
How do you know that?
I see Starlink satellites. They're weightless up there.
Yeah,
Also
how do
the
you
moon.
know that? How do you know what you're saying is true?
It's a theory. It's a theory that I'm looking into because I can't believe
hypothesis.
that. Hypothesis. Yeah.
Here's a hypothesis. That there's no way from the ground you could see something the size of a refrigerator from 250 miles away.
Yeah,
Did you see a refrigerator? Wait, no, the Starlight satellites are like the size of a refrigerator. Do you think you can see a refrigerator from 250 miles away?
No.
Yeah, well then
But
how
if
come
it's
you see
glowing,
starlight?
if it's glowing at night, if it has light shown, if it has light shown against it and it's glowing, I can see it at night.
That doesn't change anything because there's a diffraction limit.
Not to mention the stealth versions out there. Look at the side chat. No.
Here.
Do you think if you took a single atom, right, a light source the size of a single atom, and we could make it as bright as you want, you still would not? Okay, there's something called the diffraction limit. So there's the smallest angular size that the human eye or a device, any optical device, can see. And Starlink satellite, no matter how bright it is way under it. Would not be able to resolve it. Same way you can't resolve the cells that comprise your hand, right? You can't individually see each one of them, right? And they blur together, and all you see is the skin at a macroscopic level. But that skin is made up of individual parts. But it just all blurs together. You can't say, oh, there's a cell right there. Now, I could take one of your cells and inject a luminescent dye inside of it in one single cell. We do this all the time. You wouldn't be able to see that one cell, no matter how bright that dye was. Okay, so it doesn't matter if it reflects sunlight. That doesn't solve anything.
This is the maximum field of view that you can see an object.
No, the smallest angle.
What about distance? 250 miles. Now it's an angle. I don't get it.
No. The visual angle so the sun, right? You look at the sun. The visual angle is 1/2 a degree. Right? The moon, its visual angle, 1/2 a degree. Starlink satellite, visual angle, 0.00002 fucking degrees or something.
The angle from the top of it to the bottom of it. Or the angle if you measure from my location. Or is that what you mean?
No. The visual angle. Hold on, I'll show you a diagram in the side chat.
All right.
Here's one. I'm gonna get a better one. This will give you the idea. Airport one. Yeah. That's probably good. What? Understand the diagram in the side chat?
Yeah,
It's a visual angle.
Yeah.
So if that angle gets too small, you can't see it. It's a literal physical limitation based upon the wavelength of light itself. So you have to have two, like, so if you think of light as a wave, right, it has two peaks. Like you have a wave, right, and the peak of the wave, right? So the peaks of the wave have to be far enough apart when they hit the inside of your eye, and if they're too close, they just smear together, right? So you have black, and the brightness doesn't matter, the color contrast doesn't, none of those things matter. So when you don't have individual peaks, because the angle's so small, you just don't see anything. Like I couldn't, like if I took it completely black, right, and I took a pin and I stuck it like through a piece of paper and made a tiny, tiny hole. And I took a candle behind the paper and you walked like a mile away, you would not see the light come through that hole. No matter how bright the light is on the other side of the paper, because that hole is so small from where you are that it's unresolvable. And the Starlink satellites would be like this. That's why they look like. Have you ever seen airplanes pull what is this? They're not signs, banners, plywood banners, right? Eat it Joe's or whatever. They do it here. I've seen it a bunch of times. So they do it during baseball games in the summer. They have a plane fly around and it'll say buy Nikes or do something. That's exactly what it looks like to me, that they're just flying a plane with a banner at night with a string of lights on it.
So
it's impossible to tell how high it is.
It's possible to tell how high it is by its speed. Its speed across the sky, and I can tell the depth.
You can't tell.
I can tell the depth. I can tell.
You would need to know. Calculate it. Hold on, brother. To calculate speed, you need to know how high it is.
I don't have to get the exact speed. I just have to get a relative, and I know it moves fast.
Relative to what? Relative to what?
Its depth from here to where it is, and from here.
You don't know where it is. You don't know where it is.
I can tell it via visual depth. Same way you can tell.
No, you can't. You don't have no depth cues. Anything in the sky, dude.
So, nah. I can tell the depth.
You have a point of light. You have no way to tell.
Let me talk, please. Can I speak?
No, you could say no, but you're literally arguing against.
Can I just finish my point?
Yeah, but you're not going to make shit up.
Okay, finish your point, then I'll talk. Finish your point.
Okay, it's very simply. When you look at an object, you need to turn down your speaker, bro. I'm getting an echo.
Yeah, that's really annoying.
Yeah, so really simple. When you're done talking, please mute yourself. So just looking at an object, there's no way to get its distance unless you have a priori knowledge of its size. And if you don't know its size, you can't get its distance. This is well known. This isn't even something that's debatable. That's why I'm like, no, stop. There's no depth cues to anything in the sky. On the ground, right, we can see the ground, right? So we have these things called depth cues, which tell us how far away something is based upon, like, hey, there's a tree. I have an idea how big trees are. That thing's next to a tree. It's half the size of a tree, so I can guess it's 25 feet tall. Nothing like that works in the sky, right? So I'm going to find the actual graphic. So go ahead, say what you wanted to say.
I can tell via depth the height of an eagle and the height of a vulture and the height of a sparrow. I can tell this bird is higher than the other one. I can see it on the sky. I can see it.
You would need to know this. What if listen, you need to know the size of them.
No, I don't have to know.
Okay, can an airplane look smaller than a bird in the sky?
Yeah. But I see its depth. I see its height. I can process it.
No, you don't, dude. You're just making that shit up, bro. Look, it's something called linear perspective. So you double the distance, you half the angular size. So if something is 1 degree, if you double the distance it is away from you and it grows double the size, it will look the same. Right? So if it's 10 feet tall in a kilometer, or let's say it's 10 meters tall and it's 10 kilometers away, it looks the same size as something that's 20 meters tall and 20 kilometers away, which looks the same size as something that's 40 meters tall and 40 kilometers away. It's called linear perspective. What you're trying to tell me is that linear perspective doesn't exist, and you're a magic person that can actually fucking look at things and tell the distance. Well, you're the first person in human history. Actually, I'd like to bring you to the goddamn carnival.
I can tell it's relative distance.
Okay. Relative to what? That's why first thing I asked you.
Relative to the ground. I can say object A is closer to the ground than object B.
Dude, that's stupid. You're standing on the ground. The Starlink in the ground isn't in your field of view at the same time. You cannot tell its distance no matter what you say, and you sound stupid, dude. I'm sorry I have to be blunt, dude. You sound dumb as shit right now. You're embarrassing yourself. Because you're like a religious dude. No, you have a religious belief that there's Starlink satellites, and you're trying to say that you can do things. You're trying to tell us you can do things that are not humanly fucking possible. They're not only not humanly possible, you can't do it with any instrument. You can't do it with anything. You cannot get the distance of something simply from looking at it.
Can I speak? Can I speak?
What? Why does triangulation? Yeah, answer this question. Why does triangulation exist?
Well, let me speak first, okay?
Why does triangulation exist?
I had to speak first. When you
blow more smoke up our ass.
But when you throw a frisbee, that plate when you throw up, then someone else duck it. How does that other person duck it if he doesn't have a perception of depth? A frisbee is in the sky. He throws frisbee up in the sky, and the other person ducks it.
I'll tell you why. I'm gonna get you. Ask me a question, and you're gonna answer the question that you.
Sheer accident.
Hold on. Okay, dude, if you're going to ask me a question, then I'm going to answer it. You're not going to answer your own question. The reason why you can tell with a frisbee is because you have stereoscopic vision, which goes to the thing I just asked you. Why do we do triangulation? Triangulation looks at an object from two viewpoints. And if you have a known baseline distance between those two viewpoints, like your eyes, you can, from the angle difference, measure the distance to the object. So we have stereoscopic vision. And frisbees are close. You're not looking at a frisbee 100 miles away where the angle's so small you can't tell the difference. That's how you have depth cues. You can just, it's not even my opinion. You can just go on Wikipedia, type in stereoscopic vision, okay? Everything I'm talking about, they'll tell you. It's the same thing, right? You're trying to compare something that is close to you with something that is very far away. Your stereoscopic vision doesn't work. It's in the sky, so you don't have any depth cues from which to compare it against, right? All you can get from it is a brightness. And maybe if you knew the source of if you knew how bright it was at the source, you would be able to calculate what the brightness is at you and maybe get a rough distance to what it is. But you're never going to get it from simply looking at it from a single viewpoint. That's why we do triangulation. That's why they say, how did you get the distance of the sun? We triangulated it. How'd you get the distance of the moon? We triangulated it. They took two viewpoints, measured the angular difference against background stars. With the sun, they used the transit of Venus, so they didn't even really do a triangulation per se, but that's not important. We know, it's all known in astronomy, science, you name it, anything that you cannot get an absolute distance, as in feet, inches, meters, kilometers, from simply just looking at something from a single viewpoint. It's not possible. You're trying to tell me you can look at Starlink and know how far away it is. That is utter bullshit. It could be. It could be 2 times the distance, 10 times the distance. If it was 10 times bigger, it would look the same. Do you understand that? That if let's take the moon, for example. If the moon was 2 times further away, say it's 600,000 miles, if the moon then had a radius of 3,200 miles, it would look the same. It would look the same as the moon you see right now. It would look identical. You would not be able to tell the difference. Why is that? You're saying that you can look up and you're going to know it's actually 600,000 miles and not 300,000 miles. There's no way to tell.
I haven't said I can calculate the exact distance. I can say this one is at a greater height than the other. If you throw two frisbees,
what's two objects? You stop using frisbees. Frisbees is a false equivalence, okay? Frisbees, you know how big.
When you throw a frisbee, it's in the sky, okay? You can't.
But you know how big a frisbee is. You don't know what you're looking at, how big that is. Remember I said to you, you can know the distance if you know the size, and you can know the size if you know the distance. You don't know either. You don't know the size or the distance. All you see is a dot of light. A bunch of dots of light. How far apart are the Starlink satellites? So, because if you can tell me the size, okay, that means you can tell me how far apart they are from each other. Because you claimed you can determine how fast they're going, which is impossible. You're claiming all this stuff, dude, because you don't know how any of this stuff works. And you're just making it up like all you Globers do. Your ignorance, you think we're the ignorant ones, and you guys know what you're talking about. You're obviously a Glober. No other, no one else would say this shit you're saying.
I haven't stated it.
No.
From the beginning, I stated that I think there is a medium up there where there's low friction, where the sun and the moon moves across that medium with no friction.
Yeah, I asked you how you know that. And you mentioned Starlink satellites. You don't know even know where they are.
I see China giving Iran intel on satellite photos.
Where do you see that from?
Yeah, I see it on the internet. I see it on Telegram. I see it on Twitter.
Dude, I saw Bigfoot riding a unicorn on the internet.
Nah. I saw U.S. airplanes.
No, dude, that proves it.
Gunships.
No, that proves
intel
it, man. Bigfoot rides unicorn.
By satellite photos.
Oh, these were satellite photos from freaking leprechauns.
Say that again?
There were satellite photos from leprechauns. They took satellite photos of Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
You have to be serious. They are satellite photos.
I am being serious. It's just called a reduction. It's called a reduction to absurdity argument. Okay, you saw on the internet some images people claimed purported were from a certain place, taken from a certain height. They told you, hey, it's satellites. You have no way to know that. It could just be high altitude airplanes with a wide angle lens. You have no way to know because they're so far.
They have air defense to take down high altitude airplanes. How can you do that in a war zone? Be serious, man.
You mean be serious? How many planes have been shot down?
In a war zone. No, I have no idea.
You do know that surface air missiles can't go higher than 90,000 feet, right? That Gary Powers, who flew in the U-2 high airplane, they flew at 70,000 feet, and they thought the Soviet missiles couldn't go that high. They were wrong because he got shot down. But that's like the maximum height. Apparently, the S-400 might be able to go higher, or the S-500. But who's going to shoot down a fucking Chinese spy plane anyway? And how do you know they came from a Chinese spy plane?
Is it recognizable by radar? I'm sure it's recognizable by radar, right? Isn't it?
No, it depends on what it's made out of. You don't know anything you're saying is true. You heard a story. Why don't you accept that you're just believing a story you heard? You have no way to verify any of that.
Satellite images. At least the
No
ones that I
claims
saw.
of no, it's a claim of satellite images. Can you verify that they're satellite images? Tell us how to do the analysis. I think they're not. I want to analyze the images to figure out if they actually are satellite images from space. What can I do? Fucking nothing, dude. Literally nothing. You either believe them or you don't believe them. You're in the believer camp. I'm not in that camp. I'm sorry. There's no scientific method that you can apply to any image to figure out if what's depicted in the image is actually existing in reality. That's 100% factually true. You either take the image on faith of that it is what they represented it as, right? Because you can have a real photo, but it's a photograph of a painting, and you represent that and say, yeah, this is a photograph of Morgan Freeman, and it's just a painting of Morgan Freeman. Now it's a real image, it's a real photograph, but it's just not a photograph of Morgan Freeman. He was never standing there in front of the camera. They painted Morgan Freeman and took a photograph of that and just misrepresented that. So China could have taken pictures and just misrepresented where the pictures came from or how they were generated or anything, any number of things. And there's no way for us in here or anybody you know to check that that's actually true, what they say. Could
Now,
be.
why would China and Russia fly high altitude airplanes every couple
You're
times
assuming
after,
they
after,
did.
after
You're
an
assuming
airstrike
it's
by
even a
Iran
photograph.
to confirm an
You're-
airstrike on a military base? Why would they risk it if they have satellites?
Okay, you're assuming it's a photograph in the first place.
These are photographs. I see them.
It's a photograph. I see them. That's your determination. I see it, therefore it's a photograph.
No. You cannot just conjure a military airbase being taken down and put it in image.
You
and then post
yeah,
it.
you can, dude. You have no idea if that's what the airbase fucking looks like, dude.
They will
Were you
fact
there?
check it. They will fact
Okay,
check
show me
it.
the video. Show me the video of someone at the airbase. Compare that to fucking what's in the image. Did you do that?
Not
Dude,
really an
there
airbase,
could be
but
a fucking goddamn Olympic.
Let me
there could
speak.
be an
Can I
Olymp-
speak? Can I speak, bruv? Can I
Yeah,
speak? Can I speak?
But there could be no damage. They could have took a picture of something that it doesn't even have to be a photograph. There could be an Olympic-sized swimming pool and fucking bikini babes sitting there. You have no way to verify it.
I've seen the refinery plants in Iran where they struck them, or in Haifa where they struck them, and it is smoking. You can see the smoke
Great.
from the satellite, and also you can see another view from someone on the ground.
I
and
can
it's
draw
smoking.
black shit on the fucking photo too.
Yeah, or else I can have a high altitude satellite doing that.
Yeah, that's a cool story.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
it's
it
a
makes
cool
sense to have altitude.
It makes sense.
High
And it's a cool
altitude
story.
satellite.
Yeah, lots of things make sense. Peter Parker getting bit by a radioactive spider and turning into Spider-Man makes sense.
You can
It
fact check
doesn't
it. You
make
can
it.
fact check it.
It doesn't make it true. Look, would you bet your life that those satellite photos, those are actually satellite photos taken by China of Iran? Would you bet your life on it?
I won't
Of course
bet my
not.
life, but I will bet like 10K. I'll bet like 10K USD on that, bro.
No, you wouldn't. No, you'd think right before you slid that 10K across the counter, you'd be like, hold up here, this seems like a sucker's bet. Because it is a sucker's bet. So you'd be basically like, I trust the media, whatever media you consumed it in. They said these are satellite photos from China. You have to believe that what they said came from China, and that China also was truthful, and that whoever was truthful with whoever put them out there out of China, that the technicians that gave them to whoever. So you're like 5 people fucking removed. And you have to believe in every single one of those people represented that shit 100% accurately. And you're going to bet 10 G's on that. Go for it. In the middle of a propaganda war. Because
did China ever admit to that spy
hold on, I'm going to say one more thing, Dita. The first casualty of war is the truth. Go ahead, to you.
I was just wondering if China ever admitted to that spy balloon that they shot down. The spy balloon satellite, right, that America shot down. How did they even know it was Chinese? Did they call China and say, "Is that yours?" And China was like, "Oh yes, that's mine."
The spy balloon was visible from the ground. You could see it. But
How'd they know it was from China? How'd they know it was Chinese? They have writing on it?
And they were tracking it with the Navy. They tracked it in the Navy. They could see where it came from.
They saw where it came from, but didn't stop it before it entered American airspace.
What city? What city in China did it come from?
No, I forgot.
Yeah, they don't know. They picked it up in Alaska. Allegedly.
That all of the strike intel that Iran is receiving from Russia and China is all photoshopped work. Now they have eyes in the sky and they have satellites.
Yeah, incredulity is not actually an argument, dude. Your personal incredulity that they can fake photographs is not an argument. Okay? China isn't actually known for their credibility. They say bullshit all the time. This is a propaganda war. You understand? You know, like, do you see all the wreckage in Israel? Yeah, me neither. Why not? You think there's any there? Yeah, of course there is. Why don't we see it? Because it didn't happen, right? And if China shows the wreckage, then it did happen. It's the same logic. That if you don't see it, it didn't happen. If you do see it, it did happen. You have no way to know. It's just a story that they're feeding you. And you're just like, that looks like good bait. I'll just eat that. There's a hook in it, dude. Like, do you understand that governments try to manipulate their people?
And that. But you can't tell me that satellite photos are manipulation. I don't believe that.
You have no. Well, I know you don't believe that, but you have no way to know. You can believe whatever you want. Yeah, go ahead, obvious.
Yeah, well, do you think there's some sneaky shit going on at Area 51 or anything like that? As far as technology, you know, it's quite a normal person take on that whole area.
You have to say that again. I didn't understand what you said. You have to say it again.
Yeah, do you think the military hides advanced technology in any way, shape, or form from the public?
So I think so they do.
You think so? Okay. So how do you know what their full capabilities are at any given point or time?
Know their full capabilities.
Well, yeah, I mean, you've established that you believe the military hides technology from the public, right? So that means you can't know about it, and you can't comment on it, and you can't say what it can or cannot do. So do you factor that in when you make claims about what they could or couldn't image from the sky without the need of the conventional idea of satellites?
That again, that they can do what? Say it again, the last part of your statement.
Yeah, I'm just asking if you're considering the fact that you will admit that the military hides technology from the public. That means